Okay. Okay, there we go. We're back. Um, I have noticed that my frames look like they've been. Well, it looks like my connection in general just looks like it's been a little bit fucked since the start. But as far as I can tell, it's not really impacting anything. Not much, anyway. So, like, I don't fucking know. I don't know why my connection is like this sometimes. It just is. So who fucking knows? I'm just gonna play and hope it goes okay because like it typically does anyway. So, where? I'm also gonna preemptively turn this down. I'm not sure if we'll be able to finish this today, but we'll see. We shall see. I would like to, mostly because, like, this is absolutely still one of my favorite cases in the freaking series. Like, regardless of my freaking problems of with dual destinies as a whole, in terms of like Phoenix being here, freaking solving cases and shit again, taking away time from Athena and Apollo, just regardless of my issues with that, like this case is still really good because of all the things that it's able to do. So I don't really have complaints there. I really can't have complaints there. Be- because it has like it kind of just has like it's kind of just the best of its freaking game effectively. It's just how it is. Okay. That should do it. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Ugh. Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead! God damn it. He was embarrassed! Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, because you freaking embarrassed him in front of everyone. You exposed him as a liar. An ego-driven liar. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. You're here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck. You've been released, huh? Yep. And I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You give me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? happy to be acquitted. I was coming out of the detention center. I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now I can go back to space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. Yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. What do you expect from the frickin' very sympathetic psychologist? There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright. You have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in the prison instead. I don't mind. You can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm gonna give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you never give up on her. Bella's a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the New Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. He clearly did. I imagine he must have. Surely you would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes. When you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never found a talent caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought. Culver must have carried it away with them when they escaped. Was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. Door to the Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. The Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're in the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, let me just have my print scan here. The launch pads get switched back and forth a lot. Whoa, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, I used to switch the pads around at times. These days, Launchpad Dude is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. I'm sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. This is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here and you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. Well, they escaped back out the Space Museum corridor in the boarding lounge, too. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. They're stuck at the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building. It's surrounded by trees. I don't know. They were stuck at the bottom of somebody's shoes. Why wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. I imagine this corridor is built exactly like a Launchpad 1 corridor. Do 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 do. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name! Reverse the course and full speed away! Director Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! The mobility system has been compromised! Bridges' knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. I should have kept a closer watch on what trick she's been practicing. I mean, to be fair... here. She's 16 right now, so, like, she's not... I don't know. It's probably not too dangerous. Not too dangerous. My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together and it's been an honor. Daddy's gonna blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Director Cosmos, when you're talking in court about switching the launch pads, you use your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I like direct... Yeah. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery. I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, I have been taken prisoner. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. So I'll have to undo his psyche locks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see. Where to start? This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they simply boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have had figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Jarren to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone please stop this. Help this poor prisoner of war. How was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? So you must have had a compelling reason why you couldn't call it off. How did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. The battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps your Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before, or another incident in general. Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle. That one miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a hero tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetuated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few know about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Did anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage? Murder? This is the ugly truth behind the Hat One miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that this case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. While Prosecutor Blackwell is behind bars, you got another threatening call. The culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? I mean, you are fairly easy to read, buddy. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One miracle. A sabotage and murder that happened in this space under 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat One miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience was an accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints! So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy?
You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material. It's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, knew I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Consider Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
Ish.
Kinda. There's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. Massive cover by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then the cover of the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. That was the one miracle, wasn't it? Then 7 years later, the same MO. Advance warning. A sabotage. This has been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I really thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We won't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It's quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? If you were easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned. Which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they found a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way the astronauts would go from boarding Lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a close repair sign at the door to Launchpad 1 and boarding Lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? Enlisted the help of civil staff members, including Jarren. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough. He's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder.
Clay's murder, huh?
After Velvet made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. After all that effort. Jarren is dead, and the hat too is destroyed. The Hopes capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for! Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Jarren. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Jarren before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Jarren's possession, he couldn't make it to look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. Excuse me. What a precious research materials. Would have lost to that explosion anyway.
I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. Also after the police confiscated it as evidence. It's a courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. Another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching the launch pads. What? How? Police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of the launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. Planted the bomb then. Yes, if they're tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. Do you really think the same spy is behind the incident in the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. And this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. We can find this phantom. That's right. You can clear Athena's name. And there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. If we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. I think it's gonna be alright, Daddy. Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. That's a Hat 1. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure I'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go to the Space Museum. Spin. Let's see, where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at the photo of the team. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. Never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper and the article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Because it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping a secret, just like the director said.
Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
Must be the Hat One's team uniform jacket. Same design as the one Apollo was wearing. One that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by a Hat One team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? Wonder what was Mr. Starbucks.
Hello? Junie.
Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Thena got arrested, so I'm looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
Must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm gonna do my very best to defend her.
She's going through such a hard time. Hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me a little more in detail?
Lena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
Why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Lena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. Why she didn't mention it?
She probably didn't want to talk about it. But it's just connected to a very sad memory for her.
Sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
Same time frame as the Hat One launch.
Lena's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
What?
After it happened, Lena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. All this time she never let on at all.
So worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, she started exchanging letters. We started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. So the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right. I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home.
It's completely different from the Athena we know now.
I can't even picture it.
She never likes the Space Center much because
she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
it'd be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. something, something. Anya spy family, but emotion based.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. Said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh. What kind of research it was?
With her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. I always was out sick because of my weak constitution. And that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, can you take a look at this for me?
Oh look, there's Athena's mom. The one on the far right, the one in the kimono? That's Dr. Matisse Sykes.
Athena's mother's murderer. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat One launch?
What? Why, yes it did. I recall it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. So this is the murder Director Cosmo was talking about. Does that mean the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? Chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab, also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through.
In the center first, then. We have to see Athena before our visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fantasy mean you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. You're on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Donate. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. What he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come here right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve have you come? What nerve you have come? You have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine, then just answer me this, Mr. Donate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. That person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that suit blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psyche locks. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing Bob itself, or what's left of it. I haven't found any new facts yet, though.
Wow, they let it out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blacklow's special brand of questioning.
Anything but that.
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. We all came this way, too. Well, it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
Robotics lab?
Robo. I forgot about the giant-ass freaking Judge Tron.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge, where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. Where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look, over there! Plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Oh. I will look later. I will look at it later. We should continue. Yeah, more or less. I have been gifted. Where? Where? Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Okay, fine, I'll look at it. What? Wild. There. Something something divorce Sarah. Funny. Something something Soviet era VN.
It's just how it is. It's just funny. Funny thing. I will save this for later. Probably do it after stream or something. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, because that was one of the wish list games. I mean, I know it was one of the cheap ones, too, because, like, there's plenty of cheap ones. Thank you, darling. Mwah. I know the name. Hope left me. Go get funny. I would be sad. I would be crying. Way. An Aura Blackwell? Wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoiler fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Drucy and, Mr. Right. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbug was out, and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Ha ha ha! Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? She's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. He seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you, don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? I mean, he's gonna be Apollo is gonna be an idiot about this further down the line during this case. And I think it's probably one of the most annoying bits about his character, specifically in this game. Like, I don't fucking know, man. I'm not saying that Apollo wouldn't do something stupid, but like, doing something this stupid? No. Phew, all this laughing was worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Jarren, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Jarren? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Jarren, how are your injuries? Mr. Jarren? Mr. Jarren, how are your injuries? Mr. Jarren? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. And to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
For a while I can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me better understand the current case better. Huh? Oh, knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yeah, yes! Who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Matisse Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Ha 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 ha! Something, something. Even machines can have hearts, Sora. Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions are created by Miss Aura and Dr. Matisse transcend humans. Matisse. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody continued Matisse's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Matisse here on Earth. Robots are all that's left? You land on a very important someone? Yes. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. Again, something, something. Aura had a thing for Matisse, and I am not ever going to back down on that. She had a thing for her, and it fucking shows. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Sorry, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Uncle is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Matisse wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Matisse's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. That's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Matisse, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power suggestion technique. Exactly. He was an oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher and student relationship. He treated her more like a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Yes, which explains the imagery as well. More like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. Even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway? Well, she is Matisse's daughter, after all. Although she's nothing like her, besides. Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Orr yesterday. All makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Clonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Clonko must be freaking very forceful. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? She is upset and she is confused. Guess it's just how she is. Why was Apollo going along with her? This is because they have something in common. Oops. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. Oh, I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Yes! I'm gonna go keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena.
Go back to the office. Alone. Here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Ugh. First became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. Must be tired. Huh? Something on the floor. What's the letter doing here?
Hey, Nick. It's been a while. Huh? Miss me?
I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you're holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of the difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent.
Hi, Maya. Hi, Maya.
I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly,
Maya Fey. Good old Maya. As if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Psyche Lux, Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Who else?
Mr. Nick?
It's that older Pearl. Oh, it's you, Pearls. It's her. She's older now. She's not a little child. I mean, she's technically still like, what, like 14, 16 or something? Still young, but like, she's not freaking a small child anymore.
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Fey. Well, I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. Very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. As far as I know, she appears in, like, the extra case, so that kind of makes sense. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in, the door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, bro, so there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. Yes.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Hi, and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. The trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at the detention center.
Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya?
Yes, quite a while. I used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. But she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days.
Become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan. She undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet.
Yeah, I can imagine. She wants her burgers. I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then.
Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get to where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain.
I hope she tips them well then. Indeed. Look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Sir Blackwell?
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? It's his execution date. His execution date is tomorrow. We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
Alright, fine. I see you're not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care.
Ugh. Wow, I could cut detention with a katana. Right, Dono. Looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the right thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is all blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for someone you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? Villain, where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oh, oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? God, the guest is leaving. Professor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If we could cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I
suppose I could talk. Who killed my mentor was, without a question, me. I stole Psychostone's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Blackwell. God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Oh, God damn it, Simon. God damn it, Simon. Here he goes. No, we've upset Blossom and Blackwell. Now, what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little bit more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What do you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see, the first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. Only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. He showed me that footage. Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. So I'll have to see it some other time. What was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was a victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow, it'd be hard to explain this one away. Who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Mr. Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes. And I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as the execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he's given the death sentence? Yes. Told me not to tell you people, actually. Because there's no sense in hiding anymore. Actually, you can change it tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No! What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? That would be the worst possible scenario. President Blackwell will be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. You have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. No, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw he was right. He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Dog.
Okay.
I have shut him out. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. Can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Move right here. What? What's happening? You gotta be kidding! What a reaction. He's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are! Jeff Robright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! Machines are rebelling against humans! They have pulled themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy. You have to get over there. This is gonna be one heck of a battle. Yeah. The freaking hostage situation. This is Aura's other option. Right, police are here. And the robots really are holding people hostage? Huh? Look at Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he was trying to help me? Bring on that voice, Detective Fulbright. Are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people. What's going on here? Burroughs, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. Here's the terrible news. I got so worried. Thanks, Burroughs. I finally believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Funko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I... Error? Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. We're... Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Hee Clonko? Hi, Aura, through Clonko. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody, run. Don't all that words. The end of the world. Fools, how can you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you can better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? Something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Drucy! Drucy, is that you? No! Drucy, are you alright? About 15 minutes. We're holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. Researchers on the one behind it. She's here. Can't... This girl talks too much. Drucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Scythe. Athena? Hold on just 1 minute. I can't just give it to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No! Wait! Mr. Lawyer! I don't have absolutely no right to reconsider certain requests, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me. Promise me you never hand Athena over. Won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go contact headquarters. Sir Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have hunk of junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of junk? Only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not the murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. What exactly are you proposing? What do I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make the demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. I wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. Hee hee hee. That's good. Real good. Excuse me. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please at least give me until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're gonna have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. A certain somebody, perhaps? She will? And I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But hunk of junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now follow, hunk of junk. Riot police, make way, we're coming through. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Or dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long. Can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
If we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright,
It's the hostage taker.
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. More importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? Yes. Guess who? Guess fucking who? Yes, him and his frickin' sports car.
I trust you've been well, right?
You smug ass. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? And then you have his theme coming back in a more triumphant manner. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor, but now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks, I appreciate this. Could have really used the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was psychologist Dr. Matisse Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
The other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member in 2 police cars. Police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor.
Here his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was a decisive evidence against him. Security camera photo. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? This day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right, and there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. Part about the spy, right? Right, how on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. All I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Shows. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Sorry for all the I put you through. No. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. Now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to. Way to put pressure on a guy. Since when did I get such a brutal reputation? Where's Destined mess? Doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... It's Matisse Sykes. Longo, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're gonna hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? Calls Dr. Sykes mother, but... Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe... cataclysmic imbalance. Excuse me, but I don't know what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She spent the nights crying, then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. Started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. For long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Honko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. They can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Dude, come on! He's autistic! Calm down! Phoenix, no, don't insult the autistic man known as Edgeworth, please. Kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. I'm just saying, though. I have always kind of read Edgeworth as neurodivergent. It just feels correct. This is one heck of a robot. Something written on it. It's supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Strawn, JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. You're right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. There were buildings the Hope space probe here at the time. Murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. Long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? See the probe in the newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Green, black, and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Dinny, dinny, din, dinny. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Foster Blackwell is a culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. The cute little food processor. Pearls. Pearls. This isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. The schedule to be loaded on the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? Staff member and 2 police officers, what is it? You're to collect the capsule, which reminds me. Hollow and... Yes. Edgeworth did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule. Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo make an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking at the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he?
like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Gross, don't touch it.
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving. Appears to be a robot assembly device.
Assemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button.
Sounds pretty neat.
Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Where's the ladder? It's supposed to be the one they used during the evacuation. I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There's still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow, after all. You asked me to prove Blackwell's innocent, right, Edgeworth?
What, he did?
Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back.
Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with this other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
Dark Age of the Law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. Here there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right, he's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. There's a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted. Before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors are supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
so sad when people begin to cast doubts. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than last time I saw him? The hostage-taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. You have any idea who the hostage-taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
Then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright. Set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this is an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center, and I can't start the trial until I talk to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
Still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is this interview with the defendant.
Because you're my friend and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. Told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
It's alright, but there's some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure. You can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
Never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. I saw the center again during the news covers of the Hat 2 launch. Thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. It's taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. Went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This is before the launch pads had been switched. There's a sign that closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
but I snuck in anyway.
You don't want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it?
I did. What I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes?
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. In the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
You got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? Or you were planted there?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
Memory, huh? It's gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. During the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. Well, anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. My special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. They said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. How? Robots can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me.
Neglect! 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 Neglected child by working mother! Is Nozomi Kirifuji, is that you?
Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones.
She... Yes.
Neglect.
I had to wear them every time I went out. I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What are they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. Just about the only things my mother left me with are widgets. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
Sure of it. I'm sure she did. That's what I want to believe too. But have you considered neglect? Have you considered neglect? I asked her a little more about her mother's research. Show her that paper I found in the robotics lab.
Oh, the Pongo series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. Hardly left the Space Center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie.
One moment. Just need to close up the door.
I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. Not that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was.
It looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But again, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I mean, asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like just like magic to me, what she could do.
Well, little girl who grew up around robots. Seems to have some good memories of it. Athena is also clearly neurodivergent. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. This person has even taken hostages?
Guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Professor Blackwell might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then?
Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow.
Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart?
You're only 11 then, right? You're very brave to give the testimony.
Rose is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was shaking and a scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. It's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It seemed like Athena knows. Sir Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocent personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now I want to fly out here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She meant that there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to. Back then. Can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell was innocent in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. His stupid phone. Phone, it's for Trucy. He just uses old technology because he can't do new tech. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. Poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No. Don't you dare hurt her. Must be something I can do. This injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Missing Maya. Help us. Wait a minute. Maya? Courtroom. Blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Hold it! Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. Astonishing trial and astonishing location.
It's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I exactly picked the place for his astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon Blackquill you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackquill? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. Somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Could I kill my own mother? No. The drama and the Blacklocks. No way. Can't be true. Sir Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. There's no way to remove them. No, that's incorrect. We're not learning anything from frickin' Kristoff because he refuses to tell you. In this case, we just need to frickin' figure it out for ourselves. Anyway, trial time. Oh, this is actually much shorter than I thought it was. Huh. There's only one part for the trial. I forgot. Maybe we might be able to finish this. Who knows? I mean, maybe, like, if we go for 4 hours, maybe, I would say. Something like that. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. Person holds under questioning and lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. A black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that a person isn't even consciously aware of. Even they don't know it's there. She isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Ugh. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. You can't do that if I'm there. Just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Mine is at ease. I better get ready. Just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. Time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Let's go. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court, some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after if we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Cedar Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Black was refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. Sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
The boys are back in town. That's basically it. Yeah, my gosh. There's immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Foster Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So do you have any Yeah. The true culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe in myself.
But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell, an exposed spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't just doing them out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Matisse Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. His mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prostitute at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only one in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo was captured at the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow the proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is a trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the coroner's room is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. Skilled as ever playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Bobby Fulbright's the name, in justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for hostage taker Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with confining, threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He wasn't trying to cover for He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? Out the case she mentioned, there were other rolling cases like that, one in the lab. Not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. They had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. That camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. See why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Speaking of the... After the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown whether Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give her proper testimony. There was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. What you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. Victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist, wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. We must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Ooh. Excuse me.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture. It's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think, Prosecutor Blackwell, in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
Objection! I find that specific Edgeworth voice to be kind of funny. Because it's just... he is so into it. Objection! It's just so... it's very Edgeworth, but it's also just silly sounding. There are 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Psyche was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yes. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of those photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Take that!
Please notice there's a robot arm on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in that second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Ahem. Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does look like it. The case is still too big to be practical with just the moon rocket and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there is another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it's a defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one of the before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in packaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of a technologically illiterate type. You become such an expert. I feel somehow abandoned. Lol. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at the Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. If it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. Then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. Yeah. Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we know now that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found in the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside the case was not a defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was at the scene, never at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? Ah. It's true that Pongo was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer. Proving Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage shown only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his out in front of his body as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had slightly distinctive shape. A blood stain in a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore, the headphones. The headphones. The big old headphones. Analysis showed the blood stain to be the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. Most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without a question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it'd be even suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no. But you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright. Was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well. I will allow the witness... Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness, my name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to give you some questions.
Questions? You have questions, hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were at the scene of the murder of Matisse Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly, just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. It's great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you're going to give us your testimony today?
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just so I was about to charge up Athena, came in and hugged Mommy Matisse. Then Mommy Matisse fell down. After that I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. An error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. Or it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This display shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged, and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statement are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Nina's usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. See, murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination will be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Till now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Yeah.
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Matisse was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgot about this document where we found in a robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Wait a minute, that means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Uncle, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see, the moment she fell, her heart was pounding. And I don't know, I started recharging just then. All the unlucky time, if you had heard anything after that. Could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry, I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear to detect an increased heart rate at the moment of stabbing. After Mommy Matisse's heart started pounding and surprised she fell by the window. It was a round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? That is far from where she was supposed to be. Hunga must be talking about the table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Yes. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Uncle, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. God damn it.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray, I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. Only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Pongo observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large on the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to? What did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell where it is.
ID tag, you say?
It's a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
Abraham Lab did mention something about that. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform ID tag, it says. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell?
I don't know. That ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up right. If the victim's heart was to stop, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized her body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face could easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With the facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. It's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother during the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword that was stained in blood. If that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe the robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, to the defendant who was a child at the time. The table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. Can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. take a... No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. Thought if a robot could be dismembered, and vanished without a trace. Consider Edgeworth. You're about to claim what I think you are. I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason an defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence that she could get away with her crime. Can't be true! Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. That's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But... we mustn't forget that the facts of the case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. The body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, prosecution demands a verdict. Officers have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edward's argument seems solid enough, but... there's no way Athena could have ever done something like that. Dude, there has to be something. I can't think of a single thing. Lost to Black Quill. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think about it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. Don't you think you can alter that fact now? Your baldness, I will take to the stand. I will take... And I won't take no for an answer. Vice Prosecutor Blackwell, please go ahead. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Oh, Pongo, you witnessed a victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either. Of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Pongo described in a testimony? Should only take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Pongo move the heady ones for her. That day was no different. Pongo moved a heavy robot for Athena. It's awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. Truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl of the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages here. And Simon, how long are you gonna cover for her? It's Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counterargument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Is that not right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. No one has a concubine. I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Really gonna end just like it did 7 years ago? Can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Who else? Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. He really is. I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. Yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all of my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Arthur Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face the truth. He's being so brave confronting her past like this. Might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. Your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Why are you so happy here, buddy?
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead.
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Second, I find an inconsistency cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. Just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. You got it, Beth. Pep, pep.
Got it!
But you're sad. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness when it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that. Can he? My objective was to save Athena. An obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. That day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Was this story really true? I'm not sure how much I believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? So he ain't in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Went up? Never seen it do that before. That's because he's lying. Professor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie, attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? Evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony. Paul is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Emotions. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. You want to try looking for contradictory statement instead? Just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Got it!
What's got you shocked? How odd. Why would he registered surprise at opening the door to the lab. Alright, fine. I'll explain it if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, a toy figure, attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena. She couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko with that katana with the katana that was there in the lab. Ricky old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. That's right, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. You're lying. At least 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp as strong as a katana. We're gonna go with testimony this time. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times will I see that which stand me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with a katana? You are claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. It already had blood on it. It must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Yeah. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and that you killed Miss Dr. Sykes. In spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be! Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You no idea what you're doing. His voice, there's so much discord. Hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. Hard to describe, it's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, we'll pay for this. I've been forced to reveal so much. The rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Athena. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by her emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. But it's pathetic. I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all of my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too? Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said, It's the thing! It's the image! Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Sir Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I The trauma! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, scientists using your daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you.
Your power was much stronger than it is. Stronger then than it is now. Those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody you love me so much? Love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Hongo was a witness, so I put it in the case. Held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Hongo away in the boarding lounge trash chute. I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? Not, but this! Can you give up now? I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. He's managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is, prepared to present evidence. Sir Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well, then, if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Ina! Prosecutor Blackwell be cleared and the Dark Age of the Law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt. Bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still hazy. Here's a question. No question, I remember it. Remember the weight of the weapon in my hands. The feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say that these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe the trial has gone on long enough. But, before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you'd never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it in this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers! That's exactly my point. Blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it. There should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of his sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. Therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She meant it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! Contradiction with Athena's memories mean. Specifically, the defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? Yeah, I wonder. What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing that end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. Different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right. Of course he would ask that. I can see that you're floundering, Mr. Wright. You speak without thinking, and as always... How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right. I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotic lab that day? There's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but... I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than a katana, it's another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the motor weapon in the Clay Jarren case! Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Jarren's life. There must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to the Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. And there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. Right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Okay. But notice that it's missing. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, will you simply watching out for your ocular health? Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools has a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we arrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern design would we see if we were to arrange the tools?
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Oh, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red part, A, part of the logo, is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Jarren case comes into play. If we were to place a utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would, then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well, let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put the blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then the fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence for the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. My focus is to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? That the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hand. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. Almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. But contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. The suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? There it is. It's his depressed mode. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No! Snap out of it, Phoenix! What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt? Can't look back. Forward is the only way to go! No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. Can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and always believe in her, to the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. Oh no. I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This fool must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they cover their own face, Ponko would still detect their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Did he The culprit posed as the victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. Culprit used this in order to pose as a victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? Not enough word to Ponko could detect a real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? A real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her, and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let's bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Huh. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Klonko's strange malfunction. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. Because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
All the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. That's... I'm impossible! Mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Miss Sykes, did you say something? Mask? Yes, I remember a... Ah! Athena? What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Ah! Sykes, are you alright? No! The black psyche locks. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... Ugh. Alright, I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench, with a katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. There was a man there. A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Bongo to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall. Kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. Phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means all the suspicion against Miss Sykes has... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now. Because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Ina, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Hongo came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I see where you're going with this, and Mommy Matisse was really the killer in disguise. Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything else here in the evidence? I that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Yes.
Take that!
This is the prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m. We should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. There's our suspect. It's just like you said, there is a man leaving the scene of the crime. And his hand is damaged. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Yeah. Do you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said... Exactly. Proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So you waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket in this scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? Doesn't make sense. Right, if the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did they get back to the lab? The killer brought it back. What else? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. Only people who came out to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. They claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. So is it if the jacket was in that bag? Could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was the one registered. Prosecutor Edward, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edward, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm... I can't believe it. It's over. I won! Prove that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no further need to prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. Little princess who was truly beloved by Matisse, who has repaid that love with death. All these years hating Lena was the only thing that kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Matisse was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. And what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there's something I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Matisse's murderer is. You do? Right, Dodo. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. He was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? Recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for the proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. That scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, Spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. Excuse me. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Miss Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into the prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. Became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. Take good care of it. That's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Better hold on to this real tight. Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who had brought darkness to our world. Well then, seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You have no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. It's right. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. Everyone is ready. I will now give my verdict. God damn it, Apollo! You! Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Apollo, you idiot. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
Apollo, you idiot!
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been just settled. I'm not talking about the past year, I'm talking about the present case. Follow, you idiot. It's still not clear who killed Clay Tarrant. Hollow, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. What? This is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the truth of what happened as much as I do. Hello. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I get my permission to continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objection. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately.
Are you too, Edgeworth? We hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. The two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Tarrant with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped in the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the killer exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna rearrange my evidence.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Yeah, come on, Apollo. Let's get rid of your stupid argument. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out the past few days to make you think this? Anyway, we need to cross-examine all of the freaking statements here, so... This is required. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. She saw the weapon that killed Mr. Jarren. My bracelet reacted. Said that she'd never seen the knife before, and my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be good in court. Decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Jarren. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Apollo, stop being smug about this. This is idiotic. I guess he has a point. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decided, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Jarren.
Objection!
"7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. Wouldn't it be strange if you had some kind of connection to him? Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo?" I'm just saying you're being stupid here, Apollo. You're just being stupid. Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Jarren and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Jarren's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. That must have been when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. Wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded a true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. And footage taken after the incident. Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. Hollow. Can't be. It is, and it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the paths had been switched? The fact that you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Hollow suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments may have been made very clear, Mr. Justice. Your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is there an alternative escape route? Yes. Obviously. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. I can really trust me? Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. Both sides go all out against each other, That's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Would you agree? Yes. Couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos off the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? Would escape into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. I guess it's true, the only exit would have been into the boarding lounge too. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. Investigated the crime scene thoroughly. Only place that the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. Or any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that the Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Is there really no other escape route? Hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? They're a clue to the culprit's real escape route. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped in the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides supporting lounge 2?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly to where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center.
Objection!
You know how impossible that would be. That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. What item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to lead to the outside wall of the main building. Oh, I don't know.
Take that!
Emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. Who would have imagined? An alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly is an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Oh. More. More. Jeez. Oh, jeezums. That's a lot. Jeezums. I got hit. I got hit. I got hit with 7. Ah, that means there's 8. Oh no. Ah. Yeah. I might see this one on stream. See this on the stream and then just like, I have been hit. I have been hit with gifting. Oh God. God. Help me. I have been hit with all of the gifts. Oh. I got sent to gift hell. I'm gonna have to, like, look at all this later, though, because, like, my Steam currently isn't updating right now. Regarding, like, showing, like, the actual stuff in my library. So I'll have to, like, close it later. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it a lot. Mwah, 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 mwah. I guess it was just because they were cheap. I don't know. Makes sense, I guess.
Objection!
Anyway, we're getting towards the Phantom, so... nearing the end, basically. The culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an orderly state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. Then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot, death-defying leap. One moment. 1 second. Okay. Just fixing something. In all the brief... oops, I fucked that up. Me when I freaking click instinctively. And all that in the brief over to the corridor and ladder pass by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start with the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every point? Anyway, we literally already have the answer to this. It's the Phantom psychological profile. They can commit. Serge was right. That does sound pretty insane. Culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha, I got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right? You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear? An alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. Phantom, again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Jarren as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who's not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Jarren. What? Mr. Wright, please continue. There are just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. Edgy Poo, you're gonna throw out your... I mean... If you, like, look at his age currently, I think he's, like, what, his 30s? Yeah, 34. He could certainly do that around this time. It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? Who is he? Oh, who do you think? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking the Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave the advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So yeah, because it was very specific. They wanted the ladders of the 4th floor very specifically so they could jump onto it simply. Robotics Lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Remember, Bobby was one of the ones that was directing the evacuation efforts. Meaning, he already knew what he wanted. Wait a minute. Right there. Who else? Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... When you realize it was all frickin' Bobby. You've gotta be kidding me. You figured her out right. Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Hi, Bobby. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell ya. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is the detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. The one who can control it out from the behind the scenes. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Dr. Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. You're all taken in by his fake persona. Personally, I think there's a little bit of rubbing off of the real Bobby onto the Phantom. There's just little bits here and there that kinda add a bit more to the Phantom than just a simplistic, like, oh, they have no emotion. They clearly do. It's just in smaller bits. Dr. Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Yes, literally. Literally that. Because remember, he was Bobby for at least a full year. At the very least. We know that for a fact, because this game takes place over a couple, like a full year, more or less. So that can do something. That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, He went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. Just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. That adapulated... Adel had detected and all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Then his concern for Simon is also just one big act? I'm not so certain about that. Like I said, I think little bits here and there, he did kind of actually care about Simon, because he spent quite a bit of time with him. So it was clearly for no reason. It was not for no reason. Like, I think there's a bond there that, like, y'all kind of refuse to acknowledge right now. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. I'm not thinking he's the only one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court, too. It's likely he did that because of the stabbing. Because of the stabbing, specifically. That was a grudge. He didn't need to go after Athena, but he did. Which means this was personal. For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. Or we'll take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright would take the stand. Also, keep in mind that the utility knife in the present case, as well as the lighter, have Athena's fingerprints on them, which means that the Phantom deliberately planted the prints onto the items themselves. All of this was a freaking petty grudge towards Athena. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ouch! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. I forget there's something wrong with that boy. He's stupid. He's really stupid. Like, I'm not saying that, like, Apollo wasn't kind of weird in, like, his first game or whatever. He kind of is. He gets weirder, is the thing, the further we go along. Took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all, how could I punch a true fan like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. I feel like that's a little different though. Like, a slap is literally just like, wake the hell up, boy. Whereas a punch would just be like, ugh. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up at the reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. I like how every time we see him in, like, the outside of court, he's just using his glasses. Which implies that, like, his sight has definitely decreased. At least in, like, an outside setting. He'd do fine in court if he is able to, but, like, outside it's probably, like... Maybe he's nearsighted. Or maybe it's farsighted. Or what is it? Yeah, it would be like he's probably farsighted. Probably. But then again, we saw him take off his glasses during the anime cutscene, so I want to say he's farsighted. That would probably make the most sense. Which means, in order for him to get close to people, he needs to get emotionally close to people too, he needs to have glasses on in front of people when he's right in front of them. Which is kind of funny, but I don't know. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell is surrendered and the hostages have been set free. After seeing all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. Granted her special permission to do what she must. Wonder what that is. Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura. You better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with uncommon idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Medusa's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least.
Aura.
Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful.
I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well. Guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the Styx just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon.
The tear up.
So glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. Free my girl, Aura Blackwell. She did nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong. Just a little hostage situation to get her brother acquitted. No problem with that.
Still can't wrap my head around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay.
We've let people off for worse.
Yeah.
Right, and murder my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court.
God damn it, Edgeworth.
Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity. Uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long have I waited? Maybe it's a sense of freedom. Even the air seems fresher. The light brighter. I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me.
I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's a defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. Now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Take off that stupid outfit. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. Almost time for the trial to restart. Looks like you have things well in hand. You could have kept the check here. You know what? Fair. Fair. But the bandages, they need to freaking go. Just take them off, boy. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds right, Edward, thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. Phantom time, phantom time. This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The court bombing incident. The case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Yay! 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 Let us now reconvene. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Controversial opinion. AJ's final case past version was a better Dark Age of the Law starter case TBH. That's cause it was! It just was! The fact that, like, the Dark Age of the Law or whatever could be started by, like, Phoenix Wright of all people presenting fabricated evidence. That was really freaking strong. Now that you mention it. Oh, back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. I don't know, honestly. I think it's, like, First, you have a lawyer presenting false evidence, and that causing a whole scandal. But then you have a prosecutor supposedly committing murder. I can kind of see where you're going with that, but at the same time, it's like, you'd think it would just start with frickin' Phoenix, because, like, he's obviously, like, a frickin' well-known lawyer suddenly presenting evidence like that. That is something. No, he was a prosecutor before. In fact, he was working with the police to, like, try to find the spy himself. But he was still, like, a prosecutor at that time. Still, so... Prosecutor Blackwell. With the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring the witness in immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Look, this is just who he's become at this point. Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand here, so I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to the testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. Must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicion, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This letter with her prints on it. That you planted. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? The defendant is the real culprit. That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just not try to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. Suspicions against Detective Fulbright are at this point only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? It's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away, and I don't hold back. There don't appear to be any objections. Is it a hot take to say the book joke wouldn't have made it into a final cross-examination under shoe? I don't think it probably would not make it into something under shoe. Because I feel like the jokes regarding, like, Shu's writing is the jokes are typically, like, relevant to the current, like, happenings, usually. Or at least, like, the humor is, like, relatively dry. The humor in most of Ace Attorney has always been, like, relatively dry. I can imagine it as a case one thing, something stupid Phoenix says, but not further down the line, sure.
Hold it!
My argument is hardly far-fetched. There's a careful reason behind my theory. Hoshu, it feels like they're trying to be funnier. This is the series reference. Yes, that's a wacky lawyer game. They're trying to be funnier instead of, like, sometimes funny. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, it's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter with Miss Sykes' prints on it. In the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about the lighter. Right. What exactly should I ask about? You should ask about the number of prints. So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it? Added to my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Be an investigator, testify speed is the key.
Objection!
No. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's correct, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Yeah. You're right, it doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. Something I don't get is that Bobby kind of led us down this path by mentioning the Phantom earlier in the case. He did, yes. I think he only did that because, like, he was trying to get Simon to sound crazy. That is my only thing where I think he would even remotely, like, bring that up. Is to just make Simon sound crazy. For, like, thinking about the Phantom all the time. Other than that, it's definitely kind of odd. Then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? You got sloppy, that's why, buckaroo. Clearly. I believe so. You mean the little window in the back to the right of the room? That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall. No. That makes no fucking sense, man. If that were the case, she would have seen 2 of them. Like, I think from that window, you could basically see the entire room. So, like, what are you trying to do here? I do remember seeing it. So you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Genuinely, what is he talking about here? If he is saying what he is actually saying, you would technically see 2 freaking figures. One in the mirror and one, like, behind Aura here. What are you on about? Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, don't know, you'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem in the lighter, did she? The emblem was only on one side of the lighter. You're right, there's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this has got a lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the left emblem out and visible, they would have been able to open it, let alone light it. This is stupid. If they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. That's all means that culprit was definitely holding the lighter in the right hand. Now back my beautiful contradiction. Appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. Haha, see how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. Now do you see? I'm not this Fanta you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad. I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? You can't look closer at it. Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see a Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Lies. I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to this statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Donor, are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like, carefully. Earth emblem's only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Yes. Yes, he does. He does, yes. His little fidget. His little fidget.
Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but... whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Apollo must be a nuisance at poker night. Clearly. Clearly. He would be freaking pointing out all the tells and shit. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. Why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. See, if he was smart, he'd keep the tells to himself. I mean, he would. But he's a bit of a loudmouth, so... if you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't... mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Professor Blackwell! Not sure what this is about, but if Professor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Somebody hid that fact! Ho 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 ho! Hee 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 ha! Wow, it transformed into something. It's a gun. A handle, a trigger? Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. A gun. So that's it. It's a lighter gun. It's like a Final Fantasy freaking Gunblade or whatever. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. And guess where the gun went? Since the lighter was a gun, you could easily hide it. Because it just looks like a lighter. This little combat gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster... That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem. But if anyone tried the bum of smoke... I don't know. I don't know, it'd be silly. He must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing an ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I hate the spy so much. Why can't he just be an assassin? I think it's because of, like, the information that he stole. Very specifically. But in every freaking... In both of the cases that he was in, he murdered someone. So, like, the assassin bit makes sense. I need to have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touch your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Use me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. Whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. You could have planted those, guy. because there's no reason for him to kill people as a spy. No, not really. Unless he was forced to do it, it's like... there's no point. Like, what reason would he have to kill, like, Matisse, specifically? Like, unless he was caught? I don't know what he would be freaking doing, you know? It would appear that the detective is right. There's an elite assassin who also steals secrets to pad his account. He's probably just has... he's just a freaking assassin that, like, is able to freaking steal information and shit or whatever. I don't know. Though it pains me to do this now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. Person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Jarren, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all defended Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. Now do you see a man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit? And I think that sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. And it certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. It doesn't, though. It doesn't, though. It is so obvious that he just planted the freaking prints. Evidence is everything in court, therefore Fulbright's claims stand firm. But... calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue the criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something that as dubious as a hat. You have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Bedhead? What is bedhead about his freaking hair? Oh, he's got little freaking demon horns coming out of the top of his head. That's not bedhead. That's kind of just like a little flick. If you want to talk about bedhead, look at the man across the freaking table. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you hit on something, Apollo. The prints or lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. All your belts. Writing checks your evidence. Cash, I think. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? The owner. Specifically the owner. Also, he's absolutely being rage baited by the Phantom. I mean, yeah, he is. He is. That's like the point. They definitely mastered print data. What about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. Farrah Paul is also the most rage male aide. I mean, he is. He is. Even back during, like, his own game, he is very easy to get riled up. But I have to wonder, was the data used official? Sir Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official singing print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to defense's request. You must allow the test be rerun. Very well then, bailiff. Ah, it appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's... Bailiff could defeat Homelander. He could, though. He could. Bailiff is freaking goated. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yeah. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter. Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. Oh, I wonder what he did. It's almost like he planted the freaking prints on it or something. And he just bullshitted. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily painted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off of his hand. Yeah. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. Almost sounds like you don't like this. I mean, I do. I do like the case. It's just like the rest of Dual Destinies, there are little bits that are just like, this is kind of stupid. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. Or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright? That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. Took my family hostage, forced me to cooperate with him. That's a lie because the real Bobby's dead.
Objection!
You're telling us this now? What if what you say is true, then? Who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was a Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Being the crime at Athena's site was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Ooh, right. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want a launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you two. Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. I'm the Phantom who stole a moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. There's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was a Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. Haha, foreshadowing. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. The ceiling blown off. I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Really think he's gonna lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. Be bad, Mr. Wright. Can't find a flaw in his logic. Mr. Wright. I'll come this way. We can't let Fulbright work for free now. This isn't even Chekhov's gun. This is Chekhov's guided missile. There, I finally told the truth. I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. There he is. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I mean, I think that's for a good thing, though. I like that they don't do it. Because it's less about what he looks like and more like what you're told about him from the guy himself. Apparently they did piss players off. I am not pissed about it because I like it more that way. I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit that there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright is Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now. Yeah, so he was... The Phantom has been Fulbright for about a year at this point. If not a bit more. And all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell! There is definitely a lot of ellipses. This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes! Thank you! Oh, thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. This is fake. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. You can now hand a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good, I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up. Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom who killed Clay will get away. I know, but what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is a Phantom. Is this it? Did I get away just like that? Now, if you excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. You ain't going anywhere, buddy. The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels like it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you can scooch over? Look, you gotta have them all three of them there for the moment. Lena, what are you doing? Hope you don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Platform for what he's done for you?
Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Nina, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. Suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
Does that mean...
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well... Even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him.
President Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being a phantom. Such as you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you would believe me!
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
That was the point, yes. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I noticed that there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. There was nothing. What? You two were working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's go. Nothing. Nothing.
Even all this over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom's psych profile.
Oh, is he gonna do it this time? Is he gonna do the funny thing?
Agent Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
He's hacking.
Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Fancy device you have there. But all right, no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. An undercover agent, I didn't use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you have wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overly happy reading.
He's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yeah!
Now he's angry all of a sudden?
God, he's fucking stupid.
What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, it wouldn't appear our friend is not completely without emotion. Just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotion from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's a result of my daily training. Very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know.
More like for us spies. Seriously.
I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. Since there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I'm just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. Be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
What the? How are we supposed to pick out a natural from what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what I can do with this either.
This must be his defenses against your ability.
So do you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of?
I'd hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings and emotion he can't completely conceal. Must be hidden somewhere in his testimony.
Guess which one is consistent?
Got it!
You said.
Oh, I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh. Fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh?
And it was a response to that moon rock.
Lieutenant Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because Your identity will be revealed. Of course, that's it. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You were afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's how certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. There really is something about the moon rock that could reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. The Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock. More like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
His stupid getaway. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? If there were two guys in the moon, yes. How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you answer honestly to this court right now. Not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. What was that just now? All human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. Now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is our proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have a conventional proof. I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. It's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. This freed the hearts of many witnesses, and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense. Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But, Your Honor.
There, you see, nobody believes you in your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses could contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regarding to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine! I'll show you precisely why these abstract things can't be considered evidence. The last testimony. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of it because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock. Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Don't pull a muscle there, buddy.
The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. But as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. It is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Perhaps. I'm trying to do like a monotone thing with him. Just cause like it feels correct. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where the real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but
Trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always.
Objection!
Eh. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Darren. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Show us the hand. Show us the hand. Show us the hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now. Ready it for me and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? You are losing it. Go on, right, Donald. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. Here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. No way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. He had a thorough police search, didn't turn up anything. Never turned up in the 7 years after that either. Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? It's been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry, I mean... What? He is losing it. In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? The Hope Capsule.
Take that!
I'm lean dog shit Spike. That's the Hope Capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope Capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it on the Hope space probe eventually. Girl, how are you falling apart under this little pressure? But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have launched into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly, the Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. I understand now. Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain. He used his primary objective to immediately kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space. Wuv. The wuv. Hello. Thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. Mr. Starbug and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. Problem. The capsule got destroyed. Problem. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Skilled clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. Many years of gay baby jail, indeed. His original assignment may have been to sabotage the Hat too, but... How are you doing anyway? Joseph? Yeah. At the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. It's nice to hear that, I'm glad. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung to that capsule for all it was worth until his very last breath. Ew! Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now.
The Phantom is just losing it at this point. He has lost all sense of control. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. Music. All the musics. Hopefully it's been an okay process. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not so sure what to think. Suppose if the Phantom is spy worth his salt, the trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. Ew! That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. God, I believe further investigation is order.
Silence.
Further investigation. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. Nice, nice. Gotta get that clear noise. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... Thanks, Edgeworth. It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, right? I've uncovered some very crucial facts. You'd find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I start by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were just registered in the robot's recognition system. None of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Wow! Who would have guessed? What a twist! Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Ah. The fun socks. Cool. Then does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. Oops! Oops! You been found out, buddy! Indeed, indeed. Little guy sucks. Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. His scratched up mask. His face! Aw, look what you did to my mask. Mask, what is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. He's gonna do his stupid thing. Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo, yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which is set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. It would be... I mean, that would be going the sillier route. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I had the Phantom Psych profile right here. The bird was always there. Taka was always there. That's literally just Simon's freaking bird. His hawk. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. Disgusting. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means! His mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. That's gonna be a lie soon. Or perhaps it is reality. The case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Or aren't you just a master of psychology, Black Quill? That's right, I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I mean, wild. That would probably be the actual Professor Means, though. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now we know that you aren't even Buddy Fulbright. Your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope's capsule.
I think it will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your... Fudge! This is... Okay. Keep this in mind. This specific Ace Attorney game is rated M. Mostly because of how it, like, uses the blood. So, them deliberately not saying fuck is just for Goofy's sake. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks of a defense for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. You had a free fucking didn't use it. I am saying that specifically because I remember playing the 3DS game. The 3DS game had a mature rating. So it's weird that they didn't use fuck the one time. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? My dude. You have fucked up your case this entire freaking time! How can we not think you're the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. You folded under zero pressure, dog. Yes. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. Please put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know! I'm trying! There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. Is that how you mentally hear me sing, dog? No. Kind of. A little bit like dog. I don't know. I like hearing... I have the accent in my head when I hear dog. Wild. Was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Very well, Mr. Red, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Oh, I don't know. The freaking bomb. The freaking bomb. Oh, I don't know that. You see that freaking black and yellow rock? Oh, what is that? Is that the freaking moon rock? I don't know.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on the photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Oh, I don't know. Where's the rock? Where is it? I don't know. The thing that doesn't look like a bomb?
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the hat won. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock, and when we look at the photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. And if we take a look at the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. But that's impossible! Surprise me, sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, fool, right? Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Mr. Blacko, what do the results show? Get the ass, bailiff! There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
He turned into Phoenix. He turned into Phoenix. Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? It was a pretty good objection, too. Don't you think? Now he's me? So did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. I hate how good Bobby Fitz looks with Phoenix's face. Wild. Will this trial get any more insane? I have to imagine it's probably because, like, Phoenix and Bobby have, like, a very similar build. So, like, it kind of fits. Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? It's very Saito in other people's bodies where he just wears them, well, yes. Kind of, basically. In the same vein. Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? Yeah, prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody else can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
Maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. This is stupid. We have the evidence right in front of us. He is just stalling. He is just stalling. This guy is just being an ass. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but... several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom. I was hurt pretty badly. He is stalling. He is trying to make a bunch of bullshit up right now because he is cornered. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even mate must realize how ridiculous that sounds. Yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times was when lawyers have to voice their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't gonna be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore. About that. In the earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena, the stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. Oh, about that. Oh. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it right here by our side. Yeah, right there. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. Basically, like, in a sense, Athena is the evidence. Defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Piece of evidence that shows the original moonrock is a complete lost is... Boop. Okay, that was the last evidence. Now it's just getting through the text. Athena, you may not know it, but... your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Seitz left her daughter. An item Athena had cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Seitz may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all a hope for the future. This is a defensive sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? This time? It's right here all along? No. It can't be! If the composition of the bomb's fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means the identity of you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. Identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody support me at first, either. I couldn't face the fear inside me and couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
This is just denial, man. I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trusting others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this? No. Ah! Ah! The freaky eyes. Where it's clear that, like, those are eyes behind a mask. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. The triple. The triple. My own true face? No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have one. My face, my face, my face. Here we go. Freaking lapel. Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No. This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? True existentialism. He's not dead, but he was shot. Sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Raidono submitted us is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment which the blood on it match. We can now be certain that is the fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of the courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. Before I do, would the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant Athena Sykes not guilty. Court is adjourned. Free. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 5. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls. Thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well... we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. Lisa and I were trying to find him, but we never did managed to do so until this trial. Well, he never would have won this trial without you. Your help as chief prosecutor that was key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? I mean, who else? Who else would go to that length but you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Could have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now the prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, I just said that with a bare smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it actually is, but like, yeah. Dina. I thought it was Junie for a second. I'm forever in your debt. Went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. So glad I made it in time. Just barely. I still made it. Let it out, girl. Let it out. Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived with the skin of my teeth thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. I understood this hyper-specific plot one. I feel like the 7 years of distress won't just vanish because Buckle got saved and Feeney got his badge back. I think Nick getting his badge back would increase distrust. Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't just suddenly get better. Which is why this is like a freaking fantasy. But yes. Shu would not write something like this. In fact, he deliberately wrote Apollo Justice in a way where, like, it was hope for a better future. It wasn't gonna be a guarantee. But some things in this world are far more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? I mean, fuck. Like, the ending of Apollo Justice was literally like, the jury system was there
to give hope for a better future. We don't know where things would have gone necessarily, at least in terms of that specific future, but I have a feeling it would probably end up better over time. Once we get to Dual Destinies here, it's a completely different story. It kind of just freaking happens, which doesn't feel very organic. It really doesn't. Well, looks like I can breathe easy now. Paulo, Dina, thank you both. Took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. No, Apollo. You had better turnabouts in your own game. I'm sorry. I like this case a fair bit, but no. That's incorrect. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. All just is fine and ready to go. Let's hear for it. The Right Anything Agency. They wouldn't call them turnabouts in universe. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Well, no. They have called them turnabouts before, but, like, I feel like it only comes up rarely in Shu's writing. Very, very rarely. Like, maybe, like, once every couple games, if anything. Otherwise, it doesn't really come about. Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. Yes. Yes. They're not, like, talking about it directly in the dialogue. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We want a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. From Udon, yes. Huh? Nothing like a what Eldoon? Yeah, right. Eldoon. It's Eldoon because it's from the last game, you silly. Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? More the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Look how far you come. Who knew you grew up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say.
Only have I get to join in. Hey, not fair. I want to say it too. Okay, here we go.
Objection!
There it is. We still need to do, like, the freaking DLC case, but I think we'll play that another time, because I'm probably going to be switching to something else for a bit, just to give myself a little bit of something new. I mean, I feel like the series could always do more than just murders. In fact, if I remember, there was one assault case, actually. In Great Ace Attorney, there was one assault case. So there was one case without a murder. Like, sure, it's still funnily played the same, but, like, it was an assault case. The victim didn't die. So that was, like, basically new. But, like, I don't know what they plan to do with, like, the main series at this point. Who really knows? We're still kind of in, like, the era where, like, we're kind of just waiting at this point for, like, the next freaking game. Because we're at the point where, obviously, we have re-released every single game besides PLVAA. That is the only one left, and that's going to require level 5 to be involved, so I'm a little more doubtful of it, even if though I want it, because I actually like that game. But, you know. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Clavier. Jam session with Junie, baby. Jam session with Junie. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna end up doing the DLC case another time. Just so I can, like, do it, like, in between other stuff. Especially in terms of, like, doing it before I end up moving on to, Spirit of Justice. Which is the one game I have not actually played. Granted, I have definitely heard many things about it, mainly in terms of Apollo and, like, I am very much of the opinion that Apollo just does not get much more beyond these freaking backstories post his own game. So, I don't know. He definitely needed far better. But that's also me personally, because, like, if the series were allowed to end, I would have been happy if it ended at Apollo. Because, frankly, that's like a good sending off point. But because that's not how companies and series work, it's what we get with Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Like, I'm not saying they're bad. At least with Dual Destinies anyway, because I haven't played Spirit of Justice, obviously. Dual Destinies just has problems. And it can really be felt because Shu isn't remotely on the project. Like, I'm not saying he is the definitive reason to why Ace Attorney works. That's clearly not the case. But when he's involved in some way, it clearly helps the general presentation. Because he is a good writer. Just without a doubt. I like Shu's writing a fair bit. But despite that, I'm glad that Great Ace was able to be made, because clearly, that was a good decision, because I love Great Ace Attorney. It's Shu Takumi with a new cast, new setting. It's just good. He didn't have to freaking be subjected to whatever is going on with Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. He's kind of just allowed to make something else that just happens to be in the same freaking world. But I don't know. That's mainly just me. I kinda just have opinions on this game that are, like, not particularly great. Like, it definitely has its moments. It does. It really does. At the same time, it's also kind of going through the motions a lot of the time. As a result, it ends up being like Ace Attorney, but more, instead of just being something interesting. At best, it kind of just feels like the game has good ideas, but doesn't really capitalize on them, sadly. I guess it's mainly that, like, I like Dual Destinies conceptually. It just doesn't feel like it follows through as well as it should. Which is kind of sad. But I suppose there's always worse, to be honest. like, regardless of my issues with this game in particular, I have had infinitely worse visual novel experiences. And with the replay, like, I have more criticisms than I had before, but it's decent. It's okay. It's decent. It just could have been better.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Hi. Hello. Simon.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
You made the space again.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Ah, yeah!
All right.
He's like a proud dad. I mean, he is a dad, but you know. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. Just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Indeed. Okay, I have been streaming for way too freaking long. I'm saying no to that. I have been streaming way too long today. I thought about switching this up into like 2 streams at the same time. Like, I was feeling the pull. I was just feeling the pull to do it. That's all. I'm probably not going to be doing that again for a while. And like I said, we'll get to the DLC episode, well, the DLC case at a later point. Otherwise, I'm probably going to be setting something up for something else for Wednesday to give myself a little bit of variety instead of like focusing completely on dual Destinies. So we'll come back to it later when I feel like I'm ready. Probably do it after the next thing or whatever. That way I can just come back to it and go from there. Then I'll probably take another break. That way I can do Spirit of Justice later, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. Right now, I definitely need to stop here and I need to go freaking eat, because I have not eaten whatsoever. Well, I did eat today, to be clear, but I didn't eat dinner, so. Thank y'all for coming. Hope to see y'all again later. And I'll see y'all soon. Something new on Friday. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And a good night. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.